Oh, interesting. Why can we not see me? This was working, just like a moment ago. I literally saw myself. Uh-oh. I literally was on this screen before stream. Well, hello everyone. How are you guys doing today? I hope you're doing well. I wonder if it's just down. Literally right before I started streaming, I had it on, and then like I did the thing, you know, where I have to go to the starting soon screen, so I went to starting soon. Uh, 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 I can have 25 models. That's gonna be really good in the future. Well, supposedly it could see me and things are supposed to be working. I do that. What if I... Okay, wait, hold on. Let me go back. I'm so thrown off by this. I wasn't expecting this not to be working. Considering I literally just looked at it working. Ophelia. Oh, you guys can't hear what I'm listening to. Where is that? There we go. I hope you guys are well. I hope all's good with y'all. I was good. Why? Okay, sources. Maybe over here. And let me go over here. You know what? It is what it is. They did change how this looks a little bit, so that's fun. Well, I think I very specifically got rid of me. I don't know what this is. What are you? Oh, no, not that. I know I have an image called me somewhere around here. I think it's called me. Nope. Maybe it's PNG. LMN MNO. Nope, that's branding. Well, I have something called a Bone X. I wonder what that means. Oh, I know what Bone X is. Never mind. I remember what Bone X means. I bet you it's one of these 20 million images I have. If I had to take a wild guess, It's probably one of those. Here's the thing, I just don't look right now. So like you don't need to see me. What if it's this one? It's not that one, guys. Turns out not that one. Where would I have me? Maybe it's under Twitch somewhere? I bet you it's somewhere in my downloads folder, but I cannot emphasize to you guys enough how horrific my downloads folder is. Should I just be a bobblehead of James Harden? What about one of my many photos that I have about TTRPGs I've been in? Oh, we found her. She's big, but that's okay. There we go. I just won't move, which is a shame, but like it is what it is. I'll just put like a little background there. So it looks like I have a background, just in case I come back, you know? You don't know. Oh, I have this on repeat. Okay, there we go. We got it. Y'all let me know how the audio is on this one, because I'm using VLC to listen to music. And I don't ever really use VLC to listen to things on stream at the very least, so let me tell you, I know that we talk about how menopausal women have hot flashes and stuff like that. I just feel like I'm not menopausal and I'm very actively on my period. And I feel like I'm experiencing hot flashes. Which I don't appreciate. If you're gonna give me hot flashes, you better give me no period. Having both at the same time, it feels cruel and unusual. Oh my god, get out from under the stupid keyboard, you stupid. There we go. No, you're not, we go. What is under you? There's something slipping and sliding. There we go. My keyboard was just slipping and sliding, guys. But we're back. I have been not here, obviously. I have been off, I have been off working on other things. I have been trying to set up a Discord, not for anything related to us, but a different hobby I'm in. We have a Discord already, but it's kind of all over the place. So I have been working on learning how to use Carlbot. I might bring Carlbot over to fucking PB Plays Inside, to be honest with you, if one day maybe, because I know how to use it now, so like that barrier to access has been removed. So who knows? If I ever start doing more active stuff on Discord, first place I'm going, Carlbot. So last time on Dragon Ball Z, we were working on the we learned about vector layers, and then I did this all on one layer. That's dangerous. Let's rename that to big outline, even though they're not that big. But I did it kind of on purpose because the next thing we're going to be doing is sorry, I was just trying to figure out why this look indented, but I guess it's just like the coloration, the color difference. What I'm going to be doing today is today we're going to be taking away this we're going to be ideally taking away the heat map today. Dude, I don't know what's happening. There must be an update. Oh, Windows, you piece of shit. I bet you there's a fucking update that just went through. Right as I started streaming, or like right as I went to go stream, well, I'll fucking be. Look at that shit. Let's check 435, my ass. I started experiencing, I experienced a hang up. Like my system basically froze or was moving very, very slowly, and I couldn't figure out why. And then while I was sitting here, I literally went to go like wash my hands, and I came back. And it was on the starting soon screen with nothing happening, and I saw the encoder overloaded. Try to turn things off warning on OBS, and I was like, what? I'm literally doing nothing right now. Windows update. I should have fucking known. Those motherfuckers. Anyways, hey Prax, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So, ideally what we're doing today is, I know this is a little hard to see, and in fact the white is probably really jarring for you guys, but ideally this isn't a coloring book. We're not going to be coloring in all of these areas. What we're going to be ideally doing is, I'm not going to put in these aggressive lines just yet. What I will be because I want to create the biome myself first, and then I would like to outline the biomes themselves next. Let me up that opacity real quick. We'll turn that off, and I want to... I've been doing a lot of outside work, so a lot of my stuff is all over the place. We won't do this as a vector layer because I'm literally just going to be trying to identify our different biomes. Oh, you know what? Let me bring up the map so I could look at the legend again. And we'll look at it together. So we have coniferous woodland, mixed woodland, and non-coniferous woodland. Public, green space, building important, building, cliffs, bridge, waterfall, fishing, caravan site, campsite, which are apparently two different things, a viewpoint, and parking. So coniferous and non-coniferous. I need to see what those are. I've been working on the meat circus idea. Ooh. What is a coniferous tree? Okay. Oh, I didn't want to hit you. So sorry, bud. I just need to be able to read everything. So conifers are a group of seed plants, a subset of the gymnosperms. They're mainly evergreen trees with regular branching pattern, reproducing with male and female cones, usually on the same tree. Oh, I didn't know that. They are wind pollinated, and the seeds are usually dispersed by the wind. Scientifically, they make up the division Pinophyta, also known as Coniferae. All extant conifers except for the gnetophytes are perennial woody plants. Oh, okay. Hold on. No. What? Ah, extant means living. Gotcha. Wait, what's a genophyte? And hold on. I feel like that's not what extant means. Maybe it is what it means. Still in existence. Well, that's a weird way to classify that. The Gnetophyta is a division of plants alternately considered the subclass Genetidae or order Gnetaeals. It's a GN, but I'm unsure how that is pronounced in this case. So we're going with like nat, and I'm going with a na. So, but with like a subtle G in the front of it to account for the fact that the G is there. So Gnetaeals. Group within gymnosperms, such as conifers, conifers, cycads, and ginkgos, that consist of some 70 species across the three relicet genera Netum, family Netaceae. Ooh, that's a hell of a word. The Wilwichia family it must be say. I'm gonna go with say. Wilwichiaceae and the Ephedra family of Ephedraceae. The earliest unambiguous records of the group date to the Jurassic. Oh, and they achieved their highest diversity during the early Cretaceous period. The primary difference between genophytes and other gymnosperms is the presence of vessel elements, a system of small tubes, the xylem, that transport water within the plant, similar to those found in flowering plants. Because of this, genophytes were once thought to be the closest gymnosperm relatives to flowering plants, but more recent molecular studies have brought this hypothesis into question, with many recent phylogenies, that's fun, finding that's a really fun name, finding them to be nested within conifers. Oh, I know exactly what these are. Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Picking up what you're putting down, buddy. I know what you're putting down. All right. And there are over 600 living species of conifers. Oh, and the largest forest of silver fir is in eastern France. That's good to know. All living well, now I know why it's accepted in Netophytes. How's it been going, the meat circus stuff, Pratt? All living conifers, except for gnetophytes, are woody plants and most are trees. Oh, most are trees. With narrow leaves, often needle-like. There are separate male and female reproductive structures. The cones. Pollination is always by wind. The seeds are mostly winged, or winged, as I wanted to read that. The trees have a regular branching pattern. Many conifers have distinctly scented resin, like pine. The world's tallest and oldest trees are conifers. Oh. The tallest is a coast redwood. Oh. I mean, I can't claim I've ever thought about what the leaves of a redwood look like, but that's very interesting. With a height, with a height, sorry, with a height of 116.07 meters, aka 380.8 feet, amongst the smallest conifers is the pygmy pine, the Lepidothamnus laxifolius of New England, not New England, New Zealand. which is seldom taller than 30 centimeters when mature. That's cute. The oldest non-clonal living tree is a Great Basin brittlecone pine, Pinus longeve. That's not a very creative name now, is it, guys? Which is 4,700 years old. I wonder if I had a different name. And then they found out how old it was, and they were like, sheesh, maybe we should change the name. Boreal conifer. Oh, boreal. Conifers have multiple adaptations to survive winters, including the tree's conical shape to shed snow. Strong trachyte vessels to tolerate ice pressure and waxy covering on the needle's leaves to minimize water loss. Sequoia sempervirens can reach a height of 380. Yeah. There's a picture of that fucking tree that's fighting for its fucking life. Okay, and then the boreal conifers. Okay. I see. Okay. I now see why they just went with the pine tree. Most conifers are evergreens in many species, such as pines, firs, and cedars. The leaves are long, thin, and needle-like. Others, like cypresses, have flat, triangular, scale-like leaves. Oh. What do those look like? Oh. I don't think that's how I would describe these, but I'm picking up what you're putting down. In the majority of conifers, the leaves are arranged spirally. The exception being most of the Capressaceae. Capressaceae? It's CEAE, and I don't know how that's pronounced. And one genus in the Podocarpaceae, where they are arranged in decussate opposite pairs or whorls of 3 or 4. Wait, whorls is phenomenal. Okay, so decussation is used in biological context to describe a crossing due to the shape of the Roman numeral 10, an uppercase X, a decussis. From Latin decim, 10, and ass. Thank you so much. In Latin anatomical terms, the form decussatio is used. Example, decussatio pyramidum. That's fun. And what is a whorl? I have a guess, but I would like to see. In botany, a whorl or verticil, I'm so glad we went with whorl, is a whorled array. Now, how are you gonna explain to me what a whorl is by using the word whorl in it? It's a whorled arrangement of leaves, sepals, petals, stamens, or carpels that radiate from a single point and surround or wrap around the stem or stalk. A leaf whorl consists of at least 3 elements. A pair of opposite leaves is not called a whorl. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. 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 I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay. But in the majority of conifers, leaves are arranged spirally, the exception being most Capressaceae and one genus Podocarpaceae, where they're arranged in the decussate. Okay, so normally they don't look like that, but some of them sometimes do, which I feel like is everything in the world. It's mostly this, but sometimes that. Such as Abies grandius, the leaves are twisted in the present and to present the leaves in a very flat plane for maximum light capture. Yeah, I got you. The stomata are in lines or patches on the leaves and can be closed when it is very cold or dry. The leaves are often dark in color, which may help absorb a maximum of energy from weak sunshine at high latitudes or under forest canopy shade. Conifers from lower latitudes with high sunlight levels, example Turkish pine, Pinus brutia, often have yellower green leaves, while others, the blue spruce, the Picea pungens, may develop blue or silvery leaves to reflect ultraviolet light. Oh. In the great majority of genera, the leaves remain on the plant for several, 2 to 40 years before falling, but 5 genera are deciduous, shedding their leaves in autumn. The seedlings of some conifers include pines, have distinct juvenile foliage period where the leaves are different from the typical adult leaves. Okay. So they're okay. Okay. I got you. I got you. I am here with you. I understand exactly what we want from this. Oh, by the way, the Meat Circus game is coming together. I hope it's. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see how it goes, Prax. Because it sounds like it's gonna be fun. I'll watch that later. Oh my god. Sorry, I was just straight reading from my phone. Sometimes it's just faster that way because my keyboard is so out of my way right now when I'm on my tablet. Sorry, I'm sitting down. I was standing. It needs to be taller. I recently moved my computer chair to be a little higher. And now all my settings on my desk are wrong. Okay, so we have a coniferous woodland, we have a non-coniferous woodland. So the way that they demonstrated this is a coniferous have the Here's the thing though, if we're going coniferous and non-coniferous, a coniferous tree is probably it's a needled thing, right? Um um Give me one quick second. I just want to check something. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to check my volumes there real quick. I could also move up the volume a little bit on the music. I just wanted to make sure my mic wasn't crazy. I once again cleaned my USB interface and I moved all of the I can't if I could remove the little tops of them, I would. But I can't, so I didn't. All right, so I don't need this anymore. If we're looking at like the way that they are depicting this is that they have this as our coniferous tree, and then they have this as our non-coniferous tree. If I were to do general woodland, I would do the lollipops, you know? That's typically what I would go for here. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a I'm gonna try to see how you create a what are you called? A brush. I'm gonna try and do a custom brush or like a stamp or whatever to just have one tree type and or like make a tree or a couple of trees and just have those be my so I just go like this and they all show up. It's like this. Oh, you can't see that. That's way too small. It's like we have leaves like this, right? I'm surprised they still remember my oh, here we go. Like we have these trees in Clip Studio. Some people like to use these as their like brushes that they actually like make their art with because they like the roughness of some of these. I like that's also real tiny. Like that. We have some petals here. We have feathers. So the idea is to do something like that. I don't know exactly how to do them. Sparkles. Um, but yeah. If I'm doing one or the other, which one am I doing? Oh, I have to check another message real quick. I'll watch that afterwards. Okay, so yeah, so either we could do their little triangle thing. So usually what I do for my evergreens, in a long time since I've done this. Oh, how did I used to do this? I think I started from the bottom to the top. Did something like that. I don't exactly remember. I can't believe I can't see it. And it's causing me great distress. I'll do something like that. I mean, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna be so tiny. I think I personally want to make the trees maybe a little bit bigger. Maybe not. It's such a big map that like it just kind of looks like decoration. There's just so much happening on the screen at any given moment that you can't really like determine what you're looking at until you look forward. So okay, what am I trying to accomplish with this map, right? I think that's where we need to like step back and figure out what am I trying to accomplish here. I'm trying to accomplish readability. Readability is my number one reason for redoing this map, because this particular spot is a little difficult to see, and the majority of our locations are here, are in this area. However, there are multiple of these zones um, of our game are out here. And this is, I think, half of the this is half of the deck here. So yeah, so we have several outside, but they all are almost completely surrounding this opening area. If I were to like do another circle, my next circle would be here, then this circle, and then the outside circle. Those are our zones, right? So this is our hotspot right here. Then we have our outside zone here. I almost don't like how big this inner circle is, or like where it's placed. So like that, right? So this is our hot zone. Oh, it's time. Back. Can I do things over here yet? Oh my god. There we go. Oh, if I had realized that there was going to be a Windows update that needed to happen, I would have done it. All right, so that's our hot zone. That's where the majority of our things are going to be. Our next zone is out here. And then the rest of this gets a little less. It would be faster for me to just paint it in. All of that just for me to have to do this. We're mad about it, chat. Chat, we're mad about it. I can't blame it. It's a very large canvas, so it does in fact take forever to fill this. I think that should be enough. I'm excited about your meat game, Prax. It's gonna be it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think it's gonna be very interesting. And then the outside is gonna be green. Right, so our priorities are readability. And for the majority, the outside of this, so it's very interesting, right? Because there's a couple of different priorities because this is a topographical map. The main thing you need to know, or like you want, if you're using a topographical map, there's one thing that's you want to know, and that is the elevation map of the area. That is a part that is most relevant to you and why you are using a topographical map, right? For whatever reason, the reason being what I'm assuming is travel, of hiking, moving through the terrain, you want an elevation map. So it's very relevant to you to know, okay, like here are some trees, like here are the trees. Um, here are the topographs and like your some landmarks and names of things in order for you to be able to recenter yourself, you know? And then also, yeah, and to recenter yourself, you have a bunch of landmarks. If you are traveling through the area, you see the path most taken, the hiking path, which is this green one. Although looking at it, there's some places that I'm just like, interesting area to have chosen to move up. right? Like, you want it for a topographical map, for the elevation map, and also all the things you would want associated with tasks that would require you to be looking at a topographical map. Um, our goal when looking at this map is to be able to identify our different locations and what they look like. Such as if we're over here in Lookout Point, if we are here in Lookout Camp or Point, then what we're doing here is we're higher up, right? It's lightly wooded. It's lightly wooded, but most importantly, we are looking out towards the city and ultimately the lake back here. You can also look off into these other directions, but like looking backwards, like over here, less interesting to look at than looking out over here. Because it's probably more striking to be looking at the water. Dude, it is driving me insane. I'm not even doing anything is what is annoying me about it happening. Yeah, turn off that. Well, I can turn that off also. We're looking off in these directions. That is what's important about Lookout Point. And then because if we're looking at our map, the most densely packed area is there in the middle. So for us, I want to be, when I look at this map from a game perspective, what I want to be able to do is to immediately identify all the important locations. I do not want to look at, I don't want my search, like when I'm looking around at this map, what I don't want to be doing is wondering, is this a tree or is that a point, right? Like, I want to look at this and immediately identify what I'm looking at. I want it to not match with the background. And I want to be able to more legibly read what I'm looking at down here. Like, even that just does a lot for the readability. These aren't what these are going to look like. I just would like to get a general idea of what this looks like readability wise. Because I'm probably just going to use a font for the numbers instead of me and myself doing something. I keep wanting to make a font of my handwriting, and I just keep forgetting to do it. Now, um, for the defense of this game, all of these locations also have coordinates to them in the legend. So even if you can't see them right away, you can in fact just look at the coordinates and you will be able to determine where it is for the most part. Which is phenomenal. Great, amazing. It gives me a good idea of where something is. But if I could just like look at the map and find it, that would be even better. Once you have 52 things on this map though, I can see how that becomes kind of impossible. I'm telling you, the biggest problem this map has for readability is just that the text is too thin. My spades get fatter and fatter at the bottom every time I do it. That or if any of this, I guess, was vectored. I don't know if that would solve this issue. The resolution issue this map also has. But again, quick start. Preview. Not officially out yet. And personally, just a big fan of working on maps. I just like doing maps. I think they're fun. This just presented these are just the things that I am thinking as I create this map. I'm just thinking, what purposes do I need it to serve me? Because that's still legible, or it's legible, but it's still not as legible. I wonder if to give you guys a context of how big this map is, the size of this font is the size of this font is 55. And this is just a random font I have on. What I want mostly is I want this edge Because if I do a little bit of an edge, no, that makes it a little bit harder to see. What muddles it? What if I change the border to something else? Maybe this with like a bit of a drop shadow. It's just white I need to put behind it. It does set it apart, but I wonder if it's just that area. Two. Yeah. It definitely gives it more readability. Just having something outlining it, in my opinion. Gosh, my back. Sorry, I'm trying to get my eyes off of it. So I can look back at it. The other thing is I'm not gonna go for the watercolory look. So I don't know how deep the depths of color are gonna be. I haven't exactly decided how I want to do it. It definitely makes it more readable. I'll give it that at the very least. Yeah, like if I were to compare this 2 to this 10, it's definitely way more readable. It could also be just because this 10 is muddled. Again, font pending. This is just the font I have on my computer chosen. And we're just going to throw the back in there. I think the readability is definitely better. But I also don't think I need to be afraid of making these numbers bigger on the outside. Because they're not going to be covering anything on the outside. I think I can even go bigger, to be honest with you. It is definitely noticeably bigger than the numbers down in the bay, but I feel it feels proportionate because the rest of this area, to me at the very least, feels very large and expansive, um desolate almost. So I think it I think it serves it. Um I just don't know how large these trees should be. Hold on. I need to look up some topographical maps real quick. I just don't know if trees are like here we go. We have the USDA Forest Service. Show me what looks like I think the tip what's the top of that guy's hat? Is that what state is that? Indiana? No. Minnesota is the top of his hat. But that is not where I was thinking then. I was thinking definitely somewhere else. Although it does look a little bit like uh Indiana, just a little bit. I believe you. No, it can't be Kentucky. It kind of looks where Indiana and Kentucky like hook onto each other. They're next to Ohio, but it's not that. I guess I could read and find out what it is, but that's not the point of this. These heavily wooded areas. That's what I want to see. I zoomed in too far. I've lost myself. There we go. Yeah, Wayne. Let's go to Pedro. Dude, the way you just keep zooming in on these maps is crazy. Oh, these are big old elevation lines. Oh, interesting. There are swaths of things here. I think that's some kind of water, maybe? Pattern. And then there's a swath of that's green. That's definitely something. What it is, but it's definitely something. What if I do that? Okay, so this is a very undetailed map. But there are things here that I find very curious. There's not exactly a legend here. Oh, maybe there is a legend here. That's not the legend. Are you the legend? No. It specifically says no legend. Okay, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I understand. All right, let's go back and look at some other topographical maps. Let's see, this looks a little bit more detailed. Oh, I definitely did not want to hit that button. Oh my god, please stop making me click bad things. This also does not feel like it has any trees. Oh, here we go. This one looks kind of like the one we have. Hey! Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Raiders over from Lady Luck. Welcome in, Lady Luck. How are you? How are you doing? How'd stream go? I'm trying to remember what your tweet was today about what you were going to be streaming. Was it like, did you bring something today? Or something like that. Lucky Raid. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well today. I hope stream went well. Well, it was good. Talked about store credit cards. And then kept working on your budget tracker. Hell yeah. I'm forever fascinated by the by your budget streams. I can only wish one day to be so organized. And store credit cards. Store credit cards are traps. Very, very, very lucrative traps. Welcome in, everyone. I'm working on the map. You guys can see the map here. So I'm working. So hi, hello, I'm PB. Welcome in. I'm PB from PB Plays Inside. I use she, they pronouns. I am working on the map for Asher's Ridge, a game I'm going to be playing on the channel in a couple of weeks here. It's going to be a 2-shot starting October 21st, and then the second game is going to be October 28th, and I believe 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. One of the things I'm doing for prep and for fun is I am reworking the map that they did, that Roy Montfort made for the game. And the game, the map in particular is a topographical map. Here is their map in whole. It has the name of the place. It has a legend, tells you what everything is. It even has little, oh, spoilers. It even has a location, a location for all your cards that you're going to do for the game. Also shows you all the locations that are in the game. Oh, it's all of them. It's all 40. Is it really all 40 on this map? I haven't count. I'm gonna have to count them at some point. I'm just not there yet. It was good. I didn't start that organized, but time and routine so fair. That's so fair and valid. So I'm remaking this map. I've never done a topographical map, so it's a huge learning process, including learning how to read a topographical map. I had never, look, I'm from the city and I stay in the city. I've never had a need to know how to I've never had access to a topographical map. Uh, you know, and I mean, aside from the internet, but like I had no reason to go looking for one. I've seen them before. I've looked at them before, but I've never exactly like sat here and like examined all the bits and pieces that make up a topographical map. So, this game is not officially out. This game's Kickstarter just ended, but they have a very extensive quick start preview for this game. And this map is included, although I got this map in particular off of Roy Montford's Blue Sky, which I went looking for because the one in the book was I was just gonna be a little bit more annoying to put together. So I'm glad I found this on their Blue Sky. Yeah, I'm intrigued by topographical maps. Yeah. I like maps just in general. I like working on maps. I like doing maps. And so when I saw this map, I was like, whoa, that's such a cool map. That's awesome. And then and then when I went looking at it, one of the things about this particular copy of this map is that once you start zooming in, some things get a little harder to look at or to see. It's not terribly egregious, but there are some unidentifiable items on here, and I don't like that. So, again, this game is not out. This is not a commentary on the quality of this map. It is just the quality of that I want in a map, because it is readable and it is designed for a book, so it does its job. I just want other things out of this map, and I also want an excuse to work on the map, so it works out for me. So what I've done so far, I guess the things you need to know: this is Asher's Ridge. This is the actual city. There's a quarry over here and a military base, possibly a military base inside a quarry. There's a couple of landmarks. There's, I think this is Promise Falls, I think is what that says, which is a waterfall. There's a lookout point here. Obviously a more arid area. We're in the middle of a coniferous forest on the outer edges of this area, but the closer you get to town, you start getting non-coniferous trees, or how they say, non-coniferous woodland. And yeah, it's a really cool map. I love Roy Montford's art style, so I think it's very neat. And when it comes to what I'm trying to accomplish is A, to learn how to do this, and B, what the hell makes up a topographical map? Like I said, I don't know much about these things. I'm here doing my best. So right now what I'm doing is I'm trying to see what makes this more readable. So this is a ginormous map, by the way. I have it at 21,000 by 16,000 pixels. So that's where we're at. Right now I'm having a little bit, right now I'm trying to look at these things, at the trees, and seeing if how much they matter. I'm trying to see how much they matter. That's where we're at right now. But I have the work I have done on this map. Hold on. Where's my heat map? What I ended up doing is to try and make this a bite-size endeavor. I created what I'm leveling calling a heat map of the elevations, which thank God I did, because there's actually some mistakes on this map, elevation-wise. So I have again, I've never really looked at topographical maps, so they're kind of hard for me to visualize what I'm looking at, if that makes sense. Like making the synapses between what I'm looking at and what it represents weren't like firing at the same time. So by working on this heat map, I have um been able to better visualize the elevation and what it means. So this little red dot at the top is the tallest this map is. That's at 800 meters, I believe. And this pink area, both these pinks are 100 meters, and the blue is the water. So this game is called Asher's Ridge. So being able to understand where the ridges are on this map have helped a lot. So now I understand what I'm looking at. And as you can see, I have begun the lined process for all the elevations. This is what the heat map looked like before. And this is how it looks after. It's a very subtle difference, but it is enough. Although I will say, big fan of the heat map just in general. But you know, we're working on a map. So this is what it looks like now. So now that I've contextualized what I'm looking at, I'm better able to process this map. So what I'm doing right now is I'm now further breaking down what I want from this map. So I have created a different kind of heat map of the concentration of locations. So the majority of the locations in this map are under this red area. It is the actual Asher's Ridge. That is where the majority of things are. So I've made that red. Then the second majority of locations are over here in this orange section. Then the third most populated area of locations, game locations, is here in the yellow. And then green is where we have the least amount of them. So with that in mind, I have now considered what is where my priority in time and effort should go into working on something. And so my main priority for this map is going to be this area, because this is the area you're going to be looking at the most. And admittedly, it is the area that I am the least happy visually of how it looks like in the original map. So that is what I'm trying to figure out now. And I have been also looking at these other areas outside of it that make this part relevant, like Lookout Point. So Asher's Ridge, for those of you who don't know, Asher's Ridge is a game by Rory Montford that is... what did I end up naming this, you think? You think it's just Asher's? You think it's Asher's Ridge? Yeah. Asher's Ridge, it's a game where you are in a paranormal TV show. You are doing a paranormal TV show. You are not actually in a paranormal situation. You are in a show like Twin Peaks, X-Files, etc., performing those scenes. You are creating a show with your friends that is a paranormal TV show. And so all of these locations are sets. When you are creating the story, you pull locations, and from those locations you decide, okay, I want this next scene to take place here, and these are the things that are gonna, you know. And one of the aspects of this game is using letter tiles. So you take out letter tiles and you play basically a game of Scrabble, where you have to make a word out of the letter tiles on the board. And whatever word you come up with is going to be the word that is going to have to come up in your next scene in some way. So if your word is ghost, then you either have to talk about a ghost, you either see a ghost, or you say the word ghost. hence talking about the ghost. It also does not have to. You could just something about the ghost has to happen, you know. So that's basically the game. There's a 3-act structure. You play main characters, but you also play all the supporting characters, and you just try to accomplish the log line, the story, right? So there's like the veterinarian goes missing, and it's like, what happened to the and it's like after the vet's office burned down, the vet has gone missing. She was not found, you know, in the rubble or whatever, and it's like, oh my god, did she commit insurance fraud, whatever? And now it's your job to figure out what happened, right? And if ghost pops up, if you want the ghost to pop up, then, you know, you go to the vet's office, say that's the location you pull, you pick the word ghost, and then you are in a scene together, and you're like, okay, I want the vet here. Our main characters should probably be here. Unless, you know, John, you don't want to be here, in which case, if you want to do your own thing, in your own like scene, feel free to. And let's have a couple of like cops in the scene. And it's like, okay, cool. So now we've set the scene, we know our location, we know our word ghost, right? So you go in, and whether you're supposed to be there or not be there, you know, depends on how maybe you approach a situation. Let's say we're not supposed to be there. So we are sneaking around the woods, waiting for a moment when the cops are distracted, or the detectives or whatever, and you go into the rubble of this vet's office looking for whatever clues you can find. And then you know, you go through some like spooky situations where the cops almost catch you, and then in that moment, you know, you're you know, quiet as the footsteps get louder, and just as you expect the cop to pass by you, the footsteps go right past you. You hear them loud, clear as day, walk past you, but nothing is there. And you just listen as the footsteps walk past you, and fade away. And the entire time you're hearing the boom, the walk, the like crunching on the ashes and the rubble from this disintegrating lab. You're under one of the steel tables that miraculously survived, and then your friend is inside one of the caves, covering themselves with like a blanket in there, trying to just like hide away. And as you hear the steps getting closer and closer and closer, you and your friend are looking at each other from across the way. And as the steps walk right in front of you, and you look up to try and identify who it is walking past you, there's nothing there. And so you and your friend can only like frantically look at each other as the footsteps walk away, and boom, there's, you know, you're playing in the scene, and then it's like, what the fuck was that? And there's your ghost. Your specter has arrived in the scene. So you've accomplished that, and now you can, you know, continue on with the scene as you wish. But like, that's the game. And because a lot of this does have to do with locations, that's a big part of the game, is location scouting. It's important that we be able to know what we're looking at, what the locations are. So I think it's important to be able to read it. Despite it being a huge map, most of this map is wholly irrelevant to what we're doing. But there's a story to be told about the hiking pass in between. locations not on these cards where you could run to, like maybe you are up here on the ridge on this cairn in Asher's Folly. um and while you're up there, you'll look down and you see a light down in Gap Crag. But when you look down with your binoculars, no one is there. Or you think you see something unexplainable, inexplicable, like a werewolf of sorts, and suddenly, or like maybe you witness a murder down in Goosegap Crag from up here in the cairn, and then your scream rings out around the entire ridge as you're looking at it, and then when you drop the binoculars as you let out a scream, your friends are like, what the fuck, are you okay? And as you point down, one of them picks up the binoculars to look down, only to notice the beast looking up straight at you. And suddenly, you have to account for, hey, Goosegap Crag is here, and we are up here, and the pathway that we took to get up here, like there is a path that goes around here, but it does not get up here, but they could feasibly get up here, through some of these areas. And more importantly, they might be able to get up here to get up on this path, depending how well they know this area, And suddenly this map becomes very important to be able to understand what you're looking at, right? This dotted line, by the way, this green dotted line, is a hiking path. As I'm referring to it as. I think they also call it a hiking path, but I'm unsure. It is a path people walk on, though. That is the important part here. But yeah, so that's like the type of thing that where this topographical map makes sense to be able to look at. Even areas that are not scoutable locations, right? You have to take into account the rest of the area. That being said, what I'm trying to do right now is I want to work on these biomes. And what's really begun to occur is devolve into is me looking at this and trying to discover or trying to figure out how much thought I need to put into some of these things, such as these trees. She makes such a point to refer to these as coniferous trees and these as non-coniferous trees, and this as mixed woodland and this as non-coniferous woodland. Meanwhile, this is coniferous woodland, right? Oh, sorry. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. I'm trying to like create a balance in what I'm prioritizing. Because this is real tiny in comparison to for this containing the majority of our locations, it is very tiny in comparison to the rest of this. So part of me is like, do I push some of this back? Like, do I make this lake a little bit bigger or smaller? Do I push this back a little bit? Like, instead of having this area, actually, let's just do another one. I will delete these though. If I do this, like, let's actually make this as tight as possible. So if we generously say this is our city, right? This is Asher's Ridge. Do I think about this a little bit bigger? Do I extend this out to the side a little bit and push this house, what I'm assuming is a house, a little bit back? Like there's not much going on here. Should I extend this out a little bit here and then push out this dock to be here? Um Instead, and then like maybe close up a little bit of this bay. Like, what if we recreated a different shoreline, right? Like, so most of this doesn't matter, but like here, what if I do something like that, right? And then we have our little area here for our river. Um, we'll do maybe this, and then we'll have this little island out here. Something like that. Um, and then we do something like that. And then we have that there. Hmm. I think I might even want to push this out a little bit. I don't know how important some of these features are to be exactly where they are, but like do something like that instead as our shoreline, and that will give us more space to um right, something like that maybe. And then this way we can, and that doesn't affect too much of what this looks like. Um and like there, this actually goes in quite a bit here. You don't need to be that big, to be honest with you. Something like that. This is a dock, by the way. This is like where all the docks come off of. There is a, I believe that's like the boat club or whatever. We do something like that um, to create this, to increase the size of Asher's Ridge in order to do more with it. Because this is a huge map, and I still feel like I don't have enough space to do much with Asher's Ridge, you know? And I'll also do something over here, right? Make this also a little bit bigger. Um, Maybe we'll push this back a little bit. Not have to be too much, but maybe just a little bit will do a lot for us. So what I've learned about topographical maps is that these very harsh lines depicting like this gray and green area is to show off different biomes. So this is a drier area than this area. And the same thing goes over here. That this area is not very green while this area is green. That is quite literally almost completely what it represents. I also want to have some of these lines be a little bit less tangential. Like between our walking paths and these biome lines. I don't think there's much one can do about the elevation lines, although I will also be a little bit more caring about that also. I'm gonna also change the color of this. This isn't anything final. This again, we're basically you're basically watching as me just sketching this area out. I'm sketching out an idea. I've been kind of like resisting making this blue, but I think we're just gonna make it blue. Oh, I was looking at topographical maps on my phone. That's what I was doing. Trying to gauge how important some of these how to see how other maps do trees. Let me tell you, trees give me the most stress in my life whenever I'm trying to add them to a map. Because they're so like deceivingly simple. I'm just gonna close these lines actually. I don't really care about that. These bridges or these roads. Something like that. I think I've closed all of my lines here. I have not closed all my lines. Just have to make sure all of these are closing. It's such a big map that it takes me a long time to do fills. To do anything on this map, it takes a long time, especially because my computer wants to update. And it didn't tell me until just before I went live, and I didn't realize that's what it wanted. So I went live anyway. Okay. It's something like this. I don't really ever play with this tool. Do this. Do you fill that? Are you smart enough to fill that in? No. Oh, I've made a mistake. This is an empty layer. Oh no, I thought I was in the other layer. Uh-oh. Well, this is gonna take a while. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are good. I hope all's been good with y'all. I've been doing okay. Like I said, I've just been busy. There we go. It's also gonna take a long time. I did it on the wrong layer again. Fuck. Oh, it's gonna take forever. I could have sworn I went to the other layer. There's just a lot of thinking that this guy has to do. There we go. I'm gonna fill it in with white. Is there? I keep waiting for a long computing time. On the wrong layer again? This is such like a non-consequential issue usually, but because it's such a large canvas that it has to do so much thinking. I did it again! Getting ahead of myself. Also, sorry for my guy not moving. It's in it being a literal PNG. Um, it's because the program I use to do stuff is not working right now. I think it's because there was an update to I think there was an update. I'm just gonna close this. I'm gonna close that off. I have no interest in working on that water right now. If I come here, I hit a quick save just in case anything bad happens. Lord, I hope I clicked the right spot. Okay. There we go. Okay. So if I do this, lower the opacity a little bit so we could see the existing map below it. I think this yellow line is basically like Main Street. I think this in particular is something we're going to be looking at for a long time. And here's the thing about this. It doesn't fuck with any of the surrounding area. So I think that is the way to approach this. I think we just make the actual Asher's Ridge area a lot bigger. Oh, I already have my hair up. Oh my god. My brain is not braining today. I've been doing so much thinking this week. Someone remind me never to do like 4 session zeros in like 2 weeks. I think I did 3 session zeros in a week for and I have so much information in my brain right now. And I think for my offline game, I'm doing a Stars Without Numbers game. Stars with numbers, stars without numbers. And we are working as a rescue crew. That's like the shtick, that's what we're doing. And during our like first actual like mission where we save people, there was a building that was crumbling and was about to fall. And my character, we set up like these, we tried to set up the area as much as possible to help these people that were pinned and we weren't going to be able to get out in time. So I made the decision to keep my character on these people here because my character is very much a people person. So if there was ever going to be a moment in time where they were going to do something mildly heroic, it would be then. This game, by the way, just started. Second session, by the way. And they did not make their deck save or the equivalency of that in the game. So my character is in fact knocked unconscious. And in Stars Without Numbers, things are pretty deadly in that game. So there is a very good chance that my character dies at the beginning of next session. It's a bi-weekly game. And I'm thinking about the fact that I need to create another character. I'm probably gonna have to create another character. And I'm stressed out about having, not so much about my character dying, I'm stressed out about having to create another character. There's so much information swirling in my head about like sci-fi settings, because my other game is a 40K game, right? And you know what? Surprisingly similar system. They're surprisingly similar. And so my brain like keeps going back and forth between the two games. And it's stressing me out. So I am so my brain, and then I have the session, so I'm prepping 2 games right now, right? For the channel. I'm doing the Where's Waldo game that's happening next Wednesday, I think. It's either next Wednesday or next Tuesday. I have to see which one my schedule allows. I've been thinking about the 14th. That's been my target date, but it might be the 15th. That would be the most convenient. I have to check the schedule to see which day I'm available. And then the next Tuesday I'm doing on the 21st is Asher's Ridge. So I've slowly been working on that. Then I also have the Meat Circus game that I haven't even started on, to be completely honest with you. So, and I'm working on an outside project that's been taking up the majority of my free time. Let me tell you, that other project, unexpected, did not schedule for it, inconveniently timed. I'm just gonna say inconveniently timed for my life. So that's where I'm at right now. If you're curious what's happening with me, myself, and I. It's also yesterday, let me tell you, yesterday I opened up OBS at 5:30. I was gonna do an early stream. And so when I was wrapping up, with my day, I was like, okay, let me open up the things for this. I just finished eating. Let me go put my stuff away, come back, sit down. I watched a YouTube video to like decompress a little bit more before stream. And then I started talking with my mom, because my mom knows how to online shop. She's not really she doesn't really know how to online buy. And with all the deals that were happening yesterday, she was looking to see if anything of hers had gone on sale. And then like that conversation, and then you know how these conversations go. That conversation went from that, and then it went to talking about her health, and we had an entire conversation about her health, because her doctors keep insisting that she has an issue with her sciatic nerve, sciatica or whatever it's called. However, I believe it might be sacroiliitis due to the symptoms she tells me. I think that's what it's more likely she has. And then she has something else that's going on with her leg, and I'm just like, well, it could be this, or it could be this other thing. And so we were she has a doctor's appointment this Friday, tomorrow. So I was like, okay, these are the words you need to tell your doctor. so he can better understand, because she always tells me she doesn't know how to describe what she's feeling. It's just weird. You know, what she's feeling is weird. And I'm like, well, that's not helpful to me or your doctor. So like, let's narrow down what these words can be. And so she starts telling me a little bit more about her symptoms, and I'm like, okay, these are the words you're gonna look for, like numbness, because my mom's not a native English speaker. My mom's a native Spanish speaker, and she knows a little bit of English. She knows passable English, but she's not, you know, she doesn't know that much. So I'm like, okay, so numbness is one of the words. This is how you spell it, numbness. And then tingling is the other word you're looking for. And then burning is the other one. And muscle soreness. And like I was like, well, whenever anything has to do with like nerves, I feel like that's such a striking pain. Whilst what she feels is not that. It's more of like a throbbing, like a fatigue almost, a sore, like the muscle soreness. Anyways, it's a whole thing. And I got in the conversation. By the time I got out of the conversation with my mom, it was like a little after 7, and I was like, shoot, because at 8 I have a mini raid that I do for 30 minutes. And then I have in the game, a mini raid in the game. And then yeah, and that's 30 minutes and starts at 8. So it's already like 7:15ish, 7:20ish, and I'm like, well, if I start streaming now, the first thing I'm gonna do is spend 30 minutes raiding. So instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take it on the chin. I'll start streaming after my mini raid. Again, I opened my OBS at 5:30, and so there were things I needed to do anyways in the game that I was mini raiding in anyway. So I was like, I'll do those. I also had some I'm redoing the Discord. I talked about it earlier, where I'm redoing our Discord. So I was like, well, I could do some of that work right now. I could just do some behind the scenes work on that. And then while I was doing that, there's also another thing I've been meaning to do. So like I do like this entire like dissertation about my feelings on what we should be doing. And I finally do all of that because I've been working on it in a while. And I put that out there right as the mini raid's about to happen. Then the mini raid happens, and I tell everyone, hey, go read the mini dissertation so I can so we can finally finish this discussion. Because I told them, I'm like, this is my last attempt at trying to convince you guys that maybe we should do this. I won't bring it up again after this. We'll do it your way after this. And so I'm sitting there talking about it. And then, you know, time passes by, and then there is a comment that gets made, or like a talking point that gets made, and I had to take a second to like step back and think about it. And while one of the parts of his commentary, I was just like, okay, well, this is also a whole other discussion we need to have. And so we start doing that, and then I start making graphics because I made graphics for the other discussion, other argument while I was, because I like doing things. So, I mean, obviously, if you haven't been able to tell, I have ADHD, so my thoughts are everywhere all at once, always. Always thinking, like, my CPU is maxed out at all points in time. Like, every process is going, every thread is going, whether I like it or not. So I'm always thinking about things, even if I don't realize I'm thinking about them. And so, one of the ways that it's easier for me to best process what I'm thinking, whether I'm actively thinking about it or not, is to do something else. Usually with my hands, like physically do something else that requires me to think, but not too hard. It mostly requires me to do less think. So like art projects, like coloring, although coloring is a little too low key for what I require. I need a little bit of thinking to happen. Um and if I'm doing that, it's easier for me to think about other things. So while I was doing the thing and like doing essentially the art project and making this graph, I realized, oh, I it is. I looked up, I started on these graphs. It was maybe 10. I looked up again midway when I thought I was done with these maps. It was about to be 11. When I finally did finish the maps, it was 12. It was straight up like 12:10, and I was like, how the hell did I go from opening up my OBS at 5:30 to now it is midnight, and that is 7 hours basically where my intention was to stream, and somehow I filled those 7 hours with other actions. And time is wild. But that's what's just been happening. I'll be like, okay, at this hour I'll go do this thing, but then I get distracted. And like the thing is that it's not like I'm getting distracted doing nothing, or like, oh no, I watched TikTok for too long. Oh well. Or oh no, this went over longer than I thought it would. That's a shame. I am literally working and I look up and it's over. See, it says encoding overloaded. I'm literally sitting here just looking at my screen. I'm not looking forward to doing these downloads for Windows. Ugh. Anyways, Astra's Ridge gonna be bigger. Boy, that's my life right now, though. If you're wondering, if you were curious. All right, I need to move you guys a little out of the way so I can rearrange some stuff. I think I just do. I need to look at all these locations. I need to absorb what I'm looking at. Unfortunately, it is actually more important that I work on this than the fun part. That's how I always look at. So whenever I work on something, I don't know if you guys do this, but when I'm cooking and when I'm eating, maybe let's go to there. When I am eating my food, the part of the food I enjoy the least are the vegetables for the most part. Even if they're delicious, even if they're good, even if I'm really looking forward to them, they're not my favorite part of the meal. And while I will eat them, because again, I like them, they taste good, they're just not my favorite part of the meal. The same thing with salads. I like salads. I like eating salads. They're not my favorite part of the meal. If I'm eating like asparagus with like my cut of meat and like mashed potatoes or whatever, I'm not looking forward to eating that asparagus as part of my flavor profile as I'm eating. I'm more looking forward to my meat and my mashed potatoes as a combination rather than adding that asparagus in there. So what I typically like to do is especially if I'm the one cooking, I or preparing the food, I like to eat it while I'm making my food. I prefer to eat the things that I find unpleasant during the actual full meal. Like something I'm supposed to be eating in between my bites of my meat and my mashed potatoes. Um, as the asparagus is supposed to be like, I don't know, like a little addition to the flavor profile. And again, it's not that I don't like it. It's just that I'm expecting a particular mouthfeel with my food. When I'm placed that plate in front of me, and the asparagus fucks that up, right? So I am I like to eat the things I don't like second or first. Um Outside of the experience of eating my meat and my mashed potatoes. So I am if I'm cooking, I'm eating it as I'm going, or like I have the salad on the side as I'm cooking, so I can eat something while I'm cooking. Some people I've seen some people do like they'll grab like a mouthful of salad and they'll just eat a whole mouthful of salad, and that's that's them. They like to call it, some people like to call it dinosaur time, because it's like a dinosaur eating a bunch of leaves, like in the Land Before Time, and that makes it more of a fun experience for them. And for me, is I just like to not think about it. I just want to have my vegetables not with the rest of my food if I don't have to. Um, and I like to do that with other aspects of my life, where I like to do the unpleasant thing first. Otherwise, I'm not going to want to do it, and then I'm not going to finish a project. If I do the thing I don't like first, or the thing like, again, I like vegetables. I like eating my cooked vegetables. It's just with the whole meal, it's not my favorite part of my meal. So in this case, I like doing this also. I want to do this. However, what I'm going to find more fun in this process is drawing the rest of these squiggly lines and painting the swaths of painting these swaths, you know, like that's going to be the more fun part for me. That's going to be more fun, trying to figure out like how I'm going to do it, if I'm going to do a painterly style, if I'm going to do more of a straight color kind of way, which I won't. I do want some variations in places that aren't like straight, like, yes, this is going to be like, yes, this is going to be dark green and this is going to be light green. Like, I'm not going to be doing that, right? Like, and then this is going to be yellow. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to do something a little bit more interesting than that, hopefully. But that's the part I'm going to find really fun. So not doing that is less fun for me. So I would rather get this done now, do this as my first action, as opposed to anything else. So yeah, let me pull up this other image again of this so I can get my list. Oh. If ever love me like you do. What is this one? The caravan site. What is a caravan site? Let me just look it up myself for me. Caravan site. Okay, so it's like a large parking lot for caravans and or those houses, those like little long houses. Okay. I wonder which of the two they think it is, because apparently one of these is more popular in the US and the other one's more popular in the UK. And knowing that Roy Montfort, I believe, is from the UK, makes me curious as to which of the two she means. I went to go look for something and I have forgotten what I wanted to look at. Oh no, brain, why are we like this? Oh my god, the Giants beat the Eagles. Oh my god, they beat them by a lot. Did Saquon Barkley get hurt? Why does he only have 67 yards? Against the against the Giants? What? Saquon had 12 carries, 60 and only 67 yards. AJ Brown only had. Oh, if I'm AJ Brown, I am mauling. Goddard, the tight end, had 9 receiving yards, 110, or had 9 receptions, 1 touchdown, and 110 yards. And all reception yards, only 22 after the catch. What about AJ Brown? He had 12 yards after a catch. And received 80. What the? He only had only 6 looks? No, he had 9 targets. He had 9 targets. He must have not gotten 3 or dropped 3. Did he fumble? The other Smith, the other wide receiver, had 4, and Dotson had 1. That's fucking wild. What? They had 2 sacks, no interceptions. The defense. I don't even know. Dart? I don't even know who that is. Hey, hold on. Hurts had 283 passing yards this game. This is probably hands down one of his best passing yard games. He only ran for 13 yards, which is crazy. Did he get hurt? Yeah, I think it's Jackson Dart. Had 195 passing yards. He had 58 running yards. It's crazy. Russell Wilson came out for a touch. I'm assuming just at the end there. Scatterboo had 110 yards, which is what I'm expecting to see from a running back. He had 19 carries. He had 3 touchdowns. He had 98 running yards. That's crazy. It's not crazy. That's actually wildly expected of a running back. Robinson had a touchdown. I saw that one earlier. I saw that. I don't love I didn't love the spin on Dart's ball when I saw that highlight earlier before I went live. That's crazy. Wow. The Eagles went scoreless in the second half. Oh, oh, oh my God. Third down percentage, 1 of 9 from the Eagles. 11-16 New York Giants. Oh my God. The Eagles had 2 turnovers. Ooh. Yeah, I cannot believe how many more rushing yards they had. The Giants versus the Eagles. It was an alright penalty game. 3 sacks on the Giants, 2 sacks on the Eagles, 1 interception, 7 tackles for loss with the Giants. QBs got hit 3 times, and there was a forced fumble and a fumble recovery over on the Giants. That's wow. Thursday night football for you guys. Wow. Dart had 1 passing touchdown and 1 running touchdown. Meanwhile, the highlights are 109 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, 1 running touchdown from Dart. And then from Hurts, you have 283 passing yards, 1 passing touchdown, and 1 interception. Meanwhile, Russell Wilson is just happy to be there. Damn, Scattaboo, 110 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 receptions, 2 wow receptions. Meanwhile, Goder, the best player over on the fucking Philadelphia Eagles, apparently, had 110 yards, 1 touchdown, and 9 receiving with the same yardage. Crazy. Ooh, 2 sacks by Burns. Well, it looks like somebody came to play, and it was not the Eagles. That's 2 in a row. They've lost 2 in a row now. Loss of the Broncos? That's what a crazy lineup. They beat the Bengals on the 7th, August 7th, and then lost to the Browns pretty astoundingly, pretty handedly, August 16th. Then we actually begin the season, I think, with beating the Jets. Then they beat the Cowboys by 4. Then they beat the Chiefs by 3. Beat the Rams by 6. Beat the Buccaneers by 6. Lost to the Broncos by 4. Then lost to the Giants by, what is that, 17 points? I don't know. I feel like somebody just got a lot of money off of some bets. That's crazy work, bro. Damn. You love to see it, though. That's good. That's good. That's good. I don't want to do this. I don't know if you guys can tell. But I'm not looking forward to doing this part. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm not looking forward to doing it. Look how tiny this is on this. I need to bring you with me. What layer are you on? You're on your own layer. Good. I need you to be... Okay. So we have a primary school, which is an ace. That's a 10. Oh, I should turn those back on so I could see. Let me rename this list before I forget. Okay, so we have, oh, that 10 is, maybe not that 10. So we have my ace here. Okay. So this is elementary. Oh, let me go over here. Okay, then we have All Saints Church. Okay, so this is a church. Yeah, what's the other? 3 is Asher Park. Okay. Oh, interesting that you have the park in the middle of the bay here. 4 is Jones General Store down here. We have a general store. Then we have Brightwater Books, which is actually going to be an important location for our game. Why am I writing that down? It's just a bookstore. Bookstore. Then we have the library, which is 6. We have the library. Then we have the sailing club. This is the sailing club. This is one of the ones that's going to be pushed up that way. I mean, these are all probably going to get moved. Lakeview B&B. Oh, this is not where I expected this to be. I might move this. Lakeview B&B, bed and breakfast. I'm just looking to see that nothing else is called bed and breakfast. This is also going to be important for us. Brightwater Bistro, that is 9. Go all the way up there. This is a bistro. And then we have Coach and the Horses Inn. Also a weird spot to be. I'm just gonna call that an inn. I'm not gonna really struggle with that. All of these are pretty much. Oh no, elementary school. What the fuck? Where the hell are you over here? These are elementary school over here. I was about to say all of these are basically on top of their location. How wrong I was. Okay. That's all of the hearts. You know what? I'm just gonna separate these. Heart locales. All right, so any diamond, I don't think it's down here. Doesn't feel like it'll be down here. I don't think pretty much any of the diamonds are. The ridge, yeah, that's not down here. Nature trail, is not down here. Oh, oh, it just shows it for the rest of. Okay. Lookout Point, I know where that is. The woods. I don't think that's gonna be anywhere close to us. The woods, I'm assuming somewhere out here. I actually have no clue where the woods are. You may never really know. Brightwater Lake is in the middle there. I actually don't love this song, but I'm trying to learn to like it. Ah, there it is. The woods are up there. Lookout Point, the woods, Brightwater Lake, we already saw it. Promise Falls, I know where that is. It's not here. Hmm. Do we have a memorial somewhere around here? If y'all have a memorial out in the middle of nowhere, that's wild work. There's a diamond. Um, eight of diamond. There's an eight of heart. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's oh, it's a memorial. Asher Memorial. That makes sense though. That's where that would be. Maybe I should label these anyways, even if I'm not looking at them right now. This is a nature trail. Like most of Taylor Swift's collabs, I don't like when other people sing on her songs. I don't know what it is about Taylor Swift in particular that makes a lot of her collabs like that. I think the only collab I'm kind of okay with is Endgame and the Bad Blood remix with Kendrick. I think those added something, but for the most part, I just don't like them. Oh, and Exile, obviously. But even then, I could just live with like a Taylor's version of that. This is a campsite. Are there more campsites? No. Okay, so this is a campsite. Campsite. The ridge is up here. I'm just not the biggest fan of Sabrina Carpenter. Lookout points is down here. The woods we have discovered is right here. What I need to do is get my hands on the first day of acoustic songs that she did. These are all like already labeled. Water. Oh, lake. Thomas Falls is also down here. Woodland clearing. Woodland clearing. Oh, down here. Again, already labeled. And the old road. The old road. Is that down here? No. There we go. Old road is what it's called? Yeah. Old road. I'm assuming is what that is. Crazy that a city so small with so few roads coming in and out of it would let one of their roads become dilapidated like that. Old Jack's barn. Over here. Barn. We're back to condensing all of these. Two is a log cabin. I think that's outside. What? Yep. Log cabin. A few of these are going to be outside. Asher's Ridge Surgery. This feels like a hospital of some sort. I'm just gonna go ahead and call that a hospital, I think. I feel weird calling it surgery. It might be like a localization issue, maybe, for me. And the caravan is over here. Caravan Park. Morgue, which is also going to be important in our game. Oh, look at it. It's so tiny. That's too tiny. Morgue. All Saints Cemetery is 6. That's an 8. Ah, here we go. Cemetery. That's definitely one way to do it, I think. Logging site. That seems like it's going to be outside. That's a 10. I feel like I've seen this 7 a few times and I just don't remember where it is. There it is. Logging. Big house. The terraces. That's 9? Interesting. I don't know what that means. And then bus services. Bus line. All right, police station. Right next to the morgue? Are you serious? It'd be so for real right now. Military base is down here. Military base. That's hard to see. But I know where the military base is. That's not difficult. I've stared at this for long enough to know where things are. This is, in fact, Main Street. You know what? I'm going to write this over here. And not cover the other thing. Main Street Community Center. I'm also trying to desensitize myself to the song because it's so incredibly fucking sad. Ridge News. Do 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 do. Station is the word I'm looking for. Next to a bookstore? That's wild. Fire station is the next one. That's pretty important. Fire station. Fire station, veterinary clinic, which is also, it might be important for us. Vet Clinic. Whitewater Services. I don't exactly know what that means. Historical records and curiosities. We're just gonna call it curiosities. You know, I might even just call it curios and just leave it at that. Ridge Radio. Wow, we have a news site and a radio station. Baller. It's alright. Dancing. Oh, 5 of clubs. The morgue. Oh, we found it. It's over here. We can stand to make that a little bit bigger. I also 1000% did not separate these. I did the hearts and then nothing else. Oh boy. These are really like away from the things that it's supposed to be. Like, what is the 5 of this is Ridge News. Yeah, news station is here. Terraces. What is the 5 of hearts supposed to be? Bridgewater Books. Oh, the bookstore, which is down here. Bistro. I think ideally I want these buildings to be big enough to hold the like the blueprint I think I'm looking for here is that I can have their suit inside of it. So this is our main street, right? This is Main Street here. This is Main Street, right? And it goes to this. It becomes dilapidated here. It becomes dilapidated here. But we have roads that go this way. We have a rotunda there, which apparently are very... or roundabouts, sorry. They're apparently very popular up in the UK. If my watching of city builder games, if anything to go by. And then this, I'm assuming, goes out to like the real world, judging by the bus line. And our main street goes up. Oh, it only goes to the campsite. Okay, so this is a one-way in, one-way out type of city. Or I guess one way in, or 2 ways in, 2 ways out type of city, but only one road leads out. Okay. So our park is now going to be moved here. Hey, Wandering DM, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Roller 300. Oh, Wandering DM, Werewolf Feels, hello. Last I checked on social media, apparently you were unconscious in your game. Uh-oh. How'd it go? How did the witchering go? Or raids given, Raidoween. Ooh, Raidoween kind of slaps for the time. For the times we're in. Happy Raidmas. Is there a brothel at the Ace of Hearts Plaza? Imagine. There, who knows? So welcome in. Hi everyone, I'm PB from PB Plays Inside. 24 rolls to save a mostly dead knight. Let's go. Look, but did you die though? I feel you. I was just talking about how in one of my let me finish my intro. Hi, I'm Phoebe from Phoebe Plays Inside. Use she they pronouns right now, working on a map, on doing a remake of a map of Asher's Ridge. It's a topographical map. However, right now I'm ignoring all of that in order to focus on this. While I was doing a further breakdown of this map, which you guys may have seen a couple of times now. Most notably, we have our heat map that I've done, that I did to kind of like get a better grasp of how to read this map. We also have our lines of this map. We have our outline started for the elevation map. But while I was doing this, I wanted to work on... Today I wanted to work on the biomes, and then I ended up not doing so because when I was looking at the... Oh my god. Let me... Is it this one? Nope. Is it this one? It's these two. You can see it here better now. When I did a preliminary little look-see-loo at where everything was on this map, everything is pretty much centralized in this red area, as you guys can kind of see all the writing I did over here. And then these circles show off other locations around the map. So I've decided, I realized, you know, the heat, if an actual heat map, this middle part here is where the majority of our locations are. Then the orange is our second most, then yellow third most, and then fourth is where it's most sparse. So having examined that, I had to re-examine why I wanted to make this map in the first place, what my goals were. And my goals were to make this a little bit more readable. Because on the map itself, when you start zooming in, things get a little hard to read. And so I want to fix that a little bit. I also wanted to make it easier for myself to find where all of these card symbols are, because they all are associated with something. And so when I realized, okay, we gotta concentrate on this part of the map, right? Like right here, this is the important part. However, the issue that this map has is that this is a really small area for a lot of stuff, at least for readability's sake. And because I'm remaking this for me, this is a for me map, I decided, well, why don't I just move the coast? What would happen if I just moved the coast up, you know? It's not like who's gonna stop me, you know? So what I ended up doing is I redrew the coast, trying to keep it as, I did a quick sketch of redoing the coast to see how I felt about it. Then I tried to keep as faithful to the original map, or the original coastline, I guess, in this case. And as you can see, all of this is new space. And I also have increased some of our edges a little bit, in order to just have more space to do activities in, you know? I don't know what layer those are on, so I'm just gonna delete all of that real quick. So I created a new coastline, as you can see here. So this entire area is now Asher's Ridge, which is way better than what we had going on before with this guy, you know? That's the wrong guy that I just pulled up. Is it this layer? I don't name my layers, unless I'm thinking about it. Is it that one? No. Is it this one? Yes, it's layer 10. I'm just gonna throw layer 7 back down because I don't know what's in that layer. But yeah, so now, this was our original Asher's Ridge, and I have increased our space quite a bit. So where you've caught me now today on this raid is I grabbed the list because I cut this out of the entire map. There's an entire legend and stuff like that. There's an entire grid system. I'll put this in afterwards. Right now, my priority is the art. That's why there's a bunch of lines. There's a grid system because there is a grid system. I've just deleted it all. But there's an entire list here depicting, telling me where everything is. And I needed it. So that's why it's over here on the side, so I could see it. And I have gone through and I've looked at everything. Let me rename you. Hard stuff. Hard. Roots. Rough draft. Maybe the tide goes out randomly. Hey. That's for the ridge to decide. It's a lake. Do lakes have tides also? I don't know much about lakes and how they function, to be completely honest with you. I live close to the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, so I know oceans, not so much, or gulfs, I guess, not so much lakes. But yeah, so I am now, you've just caught me right at the end of writing everything down. I went around and identified all the locations, and we're now looking at this again. This is all the space we're working with, but for now, this is what we got going on. Now I have to go find where I had that other road. Is it you? Yeah. So we have Main Street here, which I made a different color green, but then in my hopes of keeping things mostly similar, is now really, really color matching. So I'm just gonna change this to a different color real quick. In fact, maybe I do keep the yellow. Not that yellow, though. No, that's still difficult to see. We'll keep this green. I'll just make it a little bit more neon. So this is our main street, and we were just discovering that the city is one road in, one road out. This line here, oh, thank God it's disconnected from everything. We can make that red again. This red line is the only road in and out of the city. What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. So, yeah, this road is the only one that goes in and out. Our main street starts here on this road that comes in. This road goes in and out. Then in this little roundabout that this roundabout leads you through the rest of the city, for the most part, or this little town, I should say. Main Street doesn't start until down here. And then it leads to a campsite. It's a, what is it called? Ultimate Trails campsite, which is like a commercialized campsite, essentially. So we just named everything. I know where everything is now. We have service buildings, a bus line, a fire station, a police station, a morgue, something called a terraces is. I don't exactly know what that means. I also don't really know what a service building is either, but like we're rolling with it. There's a sailing club up here on our old tip there. We have a park out in the middle of the water, which is wild. We also have a memorial in the middle of that park that's in the middle of the water. There's a bunch of docks all over the place, which I need to remember as I redraw these coasts. Because as you can see, it's a really thin line, the coast is, and I've made a real thick line. So there's also a couple like islands out here that aren't anything in particular, but are interesting that exist there. Oh, actually, the coast is going to be important. These fishes here, I believe, mean that you fish here, I think. They're fishing areas. We have a community center. We have a morgue right next to the police station, which is also next to the fire station, which is also next to the bus line and the service building. We have a news station and a bookstore next to each other. We have a curiosity shop right here off of Main Street, which is right next to our library. Down the road, we have an inn and a community center, which is in one of the smaller roads leads into it. We have a general store all the way out here. We have our church, elementary school, big house, vet clinic, hospital, bistro, bed and breakfast. Oh, there's also a barn out there apparently. This green line is all a nature trail, by the way. It's a little odd to me that it goes through the city, but like, you know, maybe that's just me. What do I know about these things? So now I have to figure out how to reconfigure the city. So I was saying that my goal, I think, is going to be to make sure that my that this fits inside a building. I don't need the words, obviously. I'm gonna have a legend for that. But if I can have that pop in, that might be better. Because in the original map here, aside from a bunch of other little buildings here, I know it's a little hard to see and probably even harder for you guys to see with the bitrate issues. There's a lot of lines leading down to these small buildings, which is not usually an issue. But like this is all the way over here for this curio shop because like the church is here. I would have put this 2 down here, so I could have put that 9 here, but that's just me. The cemetery is here. Like everything is really tightly compacted, and it's looking a lot like me having to label the states out in New England, you know? So if we can find a way to make that less of an issue, I think the better. I didn't think about these smaller roads, so let me because it's hard to see because I have that to be a little bit opaque so I can see through it. But there are other roads here that I do have to take into account. Unfortunately for us, what color do I make these? Maybe like let's make it like a pink, I think. Yeah. So let me actually get rid of these, and I think even maybe the names. The other names. Names, and I'm just gonna merge these layers. Because I went in with an idea that I did not follow through on. Okay. But yeah, I hope everything's went well. That it was fun, at least, and we had a good time playing some Witcher. And once again, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Do you think this is a road here? Oh, it is a road because there's a bridge here. I've also neglected all of the bridges, by the way. I went straight through them because I'm probably gonna move them anyway, so What does it really matter? This is a little like cul-de-sac. I think this might be a road here. Let me see if these connect. It's really hard to tell what the city planning was here. Again, I don't know what the terraces are, but it looks like you can drive around them. I'm assuming it's some sort of like tourist attraction. What the fuck do I do here? What is this supposed to be? Do you think it's like a like this sort of deal going on? Like, what is this? Is that what we do? Do you think this is a neighborhood? Wait, is this a neighborhood? No shot. Because like this is a fire station, that's a police station, that's the morgue. There's no shot you have a living situation right next to the morgue. I don't imagine too many people die in this small ass city, small ass town, but like even still, anyone who's played City Skylines knows not to put a morgue anywhere near a living location. But like there's a bunch of small little buildings down there. It's just like over here, a lot of these are buildings. All of these little I mean, I can barely see them. I wonder how you are able to see them. Like, what am I doing? What is this? Like, this is definitely some sort of building, but I'm definitely seeing like a burger here. I don't know if you guys are seeing that, but I'm seeing a burger here. So like that's not really helping my case in figuring out what the hell this is. And like this like looks like a guy going ah. This looks like a distressed fellow. Like that's probably not what it is. Our tone specialty is Soylent Green. I earlier today, I got a charging station. Dude tipped it over. Oh, you're so right. Oh yeah. They're so angry. Oh, it's an action shot. It's coming this way. um I and when I was looking at this charging station, I was looking at the box on the back of it. I was trying to determine whether or not I was going to throw away the box because I really have to fight my millennial urge to keep every box I've ever gotten anything in. And because it was a good box, which sucks. It's a really good box, but like I don't need it. And on the back it said made with soy ink and the or like Soylent ink. I think it just said soy ink, but it made me the first thing I thought of was like soy ink, Soylent Green. Hello. Um. Now, if the ink had been green, I would have it. A little on the nose would have been that one, but yeah, like what is this? I just see I just see a fellow here. Maybe, I mean, it has to be a building of some sort, right? Like maybe it's just the building that goes like this, and then like this is another building, and that somehow is another thing there. This is a top-down view. This looks like a house. And then maybe like this is a, maybe they're roads? I mean, it has a very distinct line right there. Like, I could see maybe this being like a line that connects there, and maybe that goes there. And maybe these are all like little houses here. I mean, I'm a little confused. I guess if we go here, then these could be other houses. And then that's another house right there. Maybe that's what that is? Maybe let me change the color of these houses to something else so it doesn't just look like all roads. Like that. And then we have like this going on here. Because it looks like these buildings are not exactly um right next to the road. So maybe it's like that. I mean that feels a little less weird. Red ink must be blood. BRB. Yeah. Take your time. And so like maybe it is something like that. The more I look at this, the more I'm just like, where did we get this map? And then like that, maybe? And then there's like another one here. I see this. Just, it feels a little weird that that's just a road next to the main, paralleling the main road with nothing in between it. I think I just have to make some executive decisions on this one, I think. I'm gonna say we do like maybe something like that there. Like that, maybe. We're gonna make some business decisions here. What am I looking at right now? Because, no, that's a grid line. Oh, maybe there's a road going down this grid line. Or there's like something happening like that. There's something like that, maybe. And that's why it connects this way. Is this the morgue? Again, if this is a residential area, that's wild. I would have no other buildings next to a morgue. And then this is a police station, which one would think they'd have a road like that. So I'm going to put a road like that there. Now down here we have some more weird choices. Maybe I'm just unfamiliar with how buildings look like from a top-down view. I'm calling it weird. Maybe this is a me issue. Looking at this makes me feel like I don't have my glasses on. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I feel like I don't have my glasses on looking at this. Oh, there's definitely something going on here, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's another road? Maybe it does something like that? You know what? Sure, why not? Why not? Oh, maybe there's a parking lot back here. Actually, that would make a lot of sense. If there was like a parking lot here. I just don't know why there's a random triangle right there. I don't know why. There's also a church right here. There's also either writing here or like some more buildings here. This is a community center, I believe. There's something going on there. We're just gonna pretend they're buildings. I don't know where people live here. Like, one would assume it's here, right? Like, this is the residential area? Welcome back. Someone lives in a mushroom. A place to keep your cabbages. Sorry, I have no idea where that takes place in. It's actually modern. It's a modern era. It takes place in 2025. Seems like an eye at the Two of Hearts. Oh, let me see where the Two of Hearts is. Oh, it does. Yeah. That was the first thing that stuck out to me also. Just having this eye here. Because it reminds me a little bit of like a... Well, now it looks kind of like a little sad snake. But I thought it looked like the head of a crocodile. Oh, missed opportunity. Hold on. No, it looks like a little bit of a sad snake head. But I looking at it, I thought it was I was like, is this a crocodile? This is also a cemetery. So we have the church here, we have the cemetery here, and then across the way you have a bistro. No, this is a curio shop. Oh, what's over here? Nine of Hearts. Oh, it is a bistro. So when you're done saying goodbye to your loved ones, you just go straight to your bistro right across the road. Easy as that. In fact, you could just probably walk there. It's right there. I mean, how truly busy is this main road at the end of the day? Okay, poor Kobold. Oh, exactly. Poor little guy. He's just a guy. Just a little guy with a little hat on. He's just a sad little guy. He just wanted to go to school. Little cutie patootie. And I guess people live over here in this caravan park also. Weep, wick, weepless wick. Oh, what? Oh, big stretch. I just don't know how. I guess we have to call this the residential area over here. Because, like, we also have the caravan park over here, which has only one road leading to it. Then we have parking over here, I think. I think those are all the little tiny roads that I can find at the very least. So if I turn this on again, all right, let me also outline the other buildings now. I'm just gonna do it in a slightly different color, I think. Ooh, maybe like a purple color. That would be fun. It's similar enough that it doesn't stand out too much. But it's still distinctive. What the fuck type of shape is this? Imagine going to your engineer architect and being like, I want a building that looks like I'm pointing at you aggressively. Like, why I oughta. I'm having too much fun with these fucking shapes. We must wait for the autosave. And our little cobalt eye out here. I saw somebody comment, my apartment gives guests the finger, or hotel, so true. I need to look up what the terraces are. Like, I know what a terrace is, but the fact that it's been pointed out as an important thing, and it's in the shape of an arc here, and it has a road going around it, makes me feel like I maybe don't fully grasp what maybe they are meaning. This is the elementary school, I think. No, this is Big House. That's Big House. This is elementary school. This is our service building, which I still don't know what that means. This is our sailing club with a bunch of docks off the edge here. There's even names for these docks, but not that we can read them, but there's names there. I guess we outline the cemetery there. I have no idea what that is, by the way. I don't remember what it is. You see. Oh, who knows? Oh, I thought everything that was... Wait, where's... Wait. Oh, no. When I merged it invisible, it... Oh, my God. Hold on. We gotta go back and do all the hearts again. Asher's Ridge. This is the elementary school. They go to a high school elsewhere in a different city nearby. By the way, if you were curious why there's only an elementary school here. All Saints Church. This is our church. Asher Park, which is this one, is our park. We have our general store, which is down here. We have our general store. What else do we have? We have a bookstore, which is this one. Oh, the news station's right there too. I forgot that we had a news station. Bookstore. Oh, I almost said some things, but I stopped. We have a library. It's a library. The finger is a library. Right here. The sailing club is up here. B&B. Bed and breakfast. B&B. We have our bistro over here. We have a bistro, not to be mistaken with Bistro Buddies. I remember an actual apartment somewhere around Amsterdam, Rotterdam that is built like a slanted cube. Oh, I think you can post links, Roller. I don't think I have it to be like grr. If you do so, if you would like to post it. Oh, we have our inn down here. Okay, so the inn is right next to our community center. I don't know how I feel about that, but it is what it is. Okay. The Cube House. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. The Cube Houses are a set of innovative houses built in the cities of Helmond and Rotterdam in the Netherlands, designed by architect Piet Blom. They are based on the concept of living as an urban roof. Okay. High density housing with sufficient space on the ground level, its main purpose being to optimize the space inside. Blom combated the ideas of conventional residential architecture by tilting the cube shape on its corner and resting upon a hexagon-shaped pylon. Blom's main goal was to create an urban feel that felt like a village, not created apparently for older individuals, or non-mobile individuals, I think. The cube houses around the world are meant to optimize the space as a house and to efficiently distribute the rooms inside. What does that mean? This looks like something somebody who plays strategy games would give me when they're trying to explain something. Are we both saying the same thing? Like, okay, so this is a map. So, like, I've never played StarCraft, but if you gave me this and told me that this was a StarCraft map and you were going to tell me a strategy on it, I believe you. I believe you. I wonder how trippy it is to be inside with all the slanted roofs. And like your windows, God, cleaning those windows must be a nightmare. They would probably, it would be weird to get around, yeah. Is that a ladder I just saw? Oh my God, they have little nooks on some of these. I'm trying my best to comprehend that it's flat on the inside and does not follow the contours of this tilted cube. Oh, hello there. Oh, is that a person? Get out of there. I wonder what the insulation's like on a roof like that. Oh, they demolished it. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. This looks like this looks like the like waiting area of like a chic new like startup or something. Connector hallway maybe? Oh yeah. Yeah. You can see them a little bit better here. You can kind of see like a window there. Maybe it's a we can connect to it. I'm trying so it's so hard for me to like like this is open. I feel like someone's gonna fall out of that. You know, like I know they're not, but I feel like they are. Oh, that's fun. Solar panels would go hard on a roof like this, though. Oh, we're back to the beginning. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Second largest city, the country's second largest city near the metro. Blah blah blah. Not all of them were built. There are 38 small cubes and two so-called super cubes, all attached to each other. Wow, even in my sideways, my tilted cube, I have to be touching my neighbor. They're like weird apartments. As residents are disturbed so often by curious passers-by, one owner decided to open a show cube, which is furnished as a normal house and is making a living out of offering tours to visitors. Phenomenal. The house contains 3 floors: the ground floor entrance, first floor with the first floor with living room and open kitchen, second floor with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and the top floor, which is sometimes used as a small garden. So it's 2 floors and an attic. The walls and windows are angled at 54.7 degrees. The total apartment is around, oh shit. I'll do the thing I need to do on my next alarm. But around it's around 100 square meters, which is 1,100 square feet. But around a quarter of the space is unused. A quarter of the space is unusable because of the walls that are under angled ceilings. Dude, what does a kitchen look like? Someone give me a kitchen picture. Oh, in 2016, the Museum of Chess Pieces was opened under the house. That's funny. I would like to see. I feel like I'm just gonna get Minecraft things if I Google this. Oh, maybe not. Ba, ba. I need to be able to look more. I need to be able to see more things. Oh, here we go. So we're on the other side. We're on the side that's angled outward, not inward. The splashboard and everything in the back. I think it's just, oh my god, there's steps going in and out of this. Why? I feel like I guess this must be like the concept house, the one that you can go visit. Because there's a lot of wasted space in this layout, but I'm assuming if you're not actually living in it, it doesn't really matter what it looks like. Is that the oven? This also feels short. Maybe it's just a really tall person filming this or taking a picture of this. This is a very interesting location. I wonder what the reviews are. I wonder how much, for A, I wonder how much they cost. B, what the reviews are about them. Opportunity for a Tales from the Loop story. Live in the Rubik's Cube. Or go into your house, come out of this Rubik's Cube instead. Like, yeah, there's definitely some really fun Tales from the Loop um potentiality. Even just like a little horror stuff could also be really interesting. You know, this just gives you more of a thought that hey, maybe we should be a little bit more open to architecture being fucking weird in our games, especially when it's supposed to be kind of weird. So we have Big House here with two unidentifiable buildings next to it. We have an elementary school here with a separate building next to it. A pretty sizable uh, building next to it. We have our community center. We have an inn. We have a general store on the outskirts of town. See, this general station for me would be general store would either be where this library is or like somewhere over here closer to what I perceive to be the residential area, just for like deliveries and stuff. But like I guess it's not a difficult town to get around in, so like it doesn't need to be that complicated. Okay, so this is our like we have a little. This is I call it a hospital, but it's actually a surgery station. Um, a surgery building. But I have to remember that Roy Montford is British, or English, I think, and that means some things are different. Okay, I need to do this before I forget. Otherwise, I'm gonna have a lot of wasted potential. Give me a quick memento. And don't mind me, I'm hungry. So it's making me sleepy. so I have that on. I have that on. There's nothing else I can really do. Oh, I forget you guys can't see me. You guys can't see me yawn. You'll never know when I'm yawning unless I talk about it. Jesus Christ. These are so expensive at a certain point. Actually, you know what? Maybe I don't do that. Maybe I do something else here. No, that's still ridiculous. I am starting to feel this, so I'm actually, yeah, I'm gonna do something here. Okay, open that up. I'm happy with that. I think I am gonna do the easy things. You guys have no idea what I'm saying. It's fine. I'm talking it through. I'm talking through my decisions here. There's just some things that what I'm doing is I'm doing things for my mobile game. I have a time slot to speed to improve some stuff. And I am actually really struggling to have to gather enough stuff to keep up with what I need. So it feels a little bit like a waste to use all of these speed ups on just gathering, but like I do really need to. Okay, now I'll throw the rest of these in one of these. It's kind of like I'm near the end of and you know what? While I'm here, I'll do one of these too, just for funsies. Oh, actually, before I do that, I do need to upgrade some stuff while I'm here. Now that I'm thinking about it. I've suddenly gotten a little bit rich on some things. Okay. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna hit this button. Boop. And then get me out of that. And I'm gonna hit that building. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, and that takes me down so much. Hell yeah. Damn, I don't think I'm gonna get... No, I don't have the speed ups to do all of these. But I'm remarkably close. Yeah, I'm still gonna need an extra day, which is fine. Oh, I didn't need an extra day. Wait, goaded? Oh, I'm out. Oh, I'm out of the material needed to build that stuff. Wait, unless... Hold on. Hold on. I might be able to find 80. I might be able to scrounge up the materials I need for this. Wait, oh wow, people are spending money on this mobile game right now. All right, not me though. Oh, you didn't update, so I can't buy those. Boo. And I think I used up everything from this other event that could potentially give me. Yeah. And even still, I mean, even if I spent money, what is that? It's 30 shells for 50, so I'd need 60. Well, actually not that expensive. It's less than $5. I can swing less than $5. It's like $3. It's no, I think it's like, yeah, it's $3. Which is quite genuinely nothing. I just want to spend money. Let me spend money. So wanna let me buy the 99-cent one? What do you mean I already own it? Oh my god, I'm lagging. I can only buy one of those a day. Oh no. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think we might be saved. And then we come over here. Yeah. Saved, saved, saved. Huge, huge. I can't build this. I will use these, and I will use those just to get my points up a little bit. Okay, now I can come over here and look at this. You know, there was a useless upgrade I got a little while back that I was just like, when am I ever gonna need 8 hours of... Like, 8 hours is so, like, it's such an insultingly low amount to be, like, offered a discount on. Every time I build something. But you know what? It worked. I just saved, like, a day worth of speed ups there because I had that. All right. I think that's me. I think I did everything that I needed to do. I built things. Let's see where I'm ending the day on. So far, I'm 19. I'm in 19th place out of everyone. That's wild. I'm almost at 6 million points today. The top person, 37 million. So, like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I can enhance this again. Hell yeah. There we go. Huge, huge. I think I'm good. Oh, there's my last alarm to remind me, hey, get on, otherwise your time slot is going to end without you. And that'll make you very sad. And it would've. I saved literal days on that one for having that time slot. The bonus of having your friend be the person who organizes everything is that you always make sure you get a preferable slot. Oh, and I didn't even use that many resources, which is huge because again, I'm really hurting for resources. All right, before I put this phone down, let me just make sure I've done everything I can do today. Look at my own notice to read everything. Yeah, I did everything on my pets. I did everything I think I possibly could. Oh, I got some more stuff. Let's go. Retry. 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 All right. Didn't get anything out of it. Let's go. Let's go. All right. We did it. I'm a little bit stronger now. Ooh. I'm closing in on being like strong, actually, like being not just troop heavy, but also having strength in my core. I will still never beat like a whale, but like, I might be able to hold my own against like other normal people. I'm just gonna look for this whale again. Okay, they've only gone up 6 million points. Okay. Now, I don't have to think. I always need more time in my life. Dude, same. Someone take 8 hours of work away from me. That way I could do more fun things. All right, so this is the town. Oh, I wanted to look up terraces. While I had my phone in my hand, I wanted to look up what a terrace is. God, there's so many AI photos in this fucking terrace, in the pictures of these terraces. I'm confused. Maybe the book will shine some light on what the terraces are. I think it gives a small description on all of these areas. Yeah, I don't have to do any guesswork on what it means. I'll save you my scrolling here. Okay, here's the thing. Terraces aren't in the book right now. Fuck. What do you mean? What is a terrace? What are the terraces? When I think terrace, I think steeped. I think steep. Oh my god, the book is even worse. Like when I think terraces, I think about like a steeped area, but this is right off of the water. So like the next thing I saw were like apartment buildings when I looked up terrace buildings. Cliffs? Like you would think, but there's nothing there to suggest otherwise. It's literally a topographical map. If there was any elevation change, it would tell me. Otherwise, this is a terrible topographical map for not telling me. Like, I think the thing that's really throwing me is that it's curved. It's a curved area. There are so many AI photos in this search. It's driving me insane. Oh, that's good. That's Uh, a concept photo. That's totally different. Someone made that. You didn't fucking just ask a bunch of data to tell them what that other data said about it. I think our first mistake was getting face tuning. I think face tuning is what got us down the road to AI being so prevalent. That's who I'm blaming. I don't know. Never mind. It's just a catchy way of saying it's outside. Is that terraces? Is that just a catchy way of saying it's outside? Terrace building. It's an external raised open flat area in either a landscape such as a park or garden near a building or as a roof terrace on a flat roof. Oh, so like it's a little amphitheater-ish. It's still suggesting you that there's a like an elevation difference there. And if you're not telling me there's an elevation difference there on the fucking topographical map, I'm feeling some kind of way about it, you know? Okay, so those are terraced houses. A terraced house UK or townhouse US is a type of medium density housing which first started in the 16th century Europe with a row of joined houses sharing sidewalls. In the United States and Canada, these are sometimes known as row houses or row homes. Terrace housing can be found worldwide. I'm I don't like this. I don't like that there's many options for what this could be. So once again, Rory Montford is is English. She's English. She is from the UK, somewhere over there. I guess I shouldn't say English because some people take offense to that. Um, but she is from the US, from the UK. So if in their slang they call it terraces and not terrace houses, is that just would that just be okay? I'm just gonna you know what? I'm just gonna Google it. Terraces. If I just say terraces, UK, what's gonna happen? A menswear shop. What does someone mean when they say terrace? Hmm. I was hoping I this word means nothing to me anymore, by the way. There's someone apps Terra Bads. I mean, it would make sense if we think this area is residential. It would make sense to me that there would be terraced homes right there, especially if there are caravan parks over there and there's a regular park down the road. Like, I could believe that. But then on the flip side, because we do believe this, at least I believe this is a residential area, I could also see this being like an amphitheater esque type situation. Although I would think that you would throw the sound the other way, but I don't know, and it's stressing me out, and it's not in the book. You know what? I'm gonna blue sky Roy Montford, and I'm going to ask what they mean. Rory Mont so Montford Montford Tales. Son of a motherfucker. I'm gonna drop kick you. Okay, here we go. I am simply gonna DM them. Discard. I don't know how to do that on Blue Sky. Maybe there is no choice to do that to people. I'm just gonna add them. So I have a. They'll wake up soon, right? It's almost their wake up time over in that part of the world. What do you on the map for Asher's Ridge? They call them Isers then. That's really funny. On Asher's Ridge, the 9, it's clubs, right? The little clover, that's a club? No. Clubs and spades. No, it has to be because the other one looks like a spade. So it's a clover, okay. The 9 of clubs. Nope. Yes. 9 of clubs. The 9 of clubs is labeled as terraces. I am wondering exactly what you are referring to here. Is this, are you referencing terrace homes or a are is this a or a different kind of terrace? I keep wanting to say Terrence. I just want you to know. Tom and Susie are probably waking up now or in 2 hours. One can only hope. I saw when I was on my mobile game, I saw that our UK friend, our English friend, she's actually from England, our English friend was awake, but she is also notoriously an insomniac, so like that really didn't help me at the end of the day. Using her as a reference point. All right. I hate sending messages to people that I don't know, and it just makes me feel really weird. I'm just like, you don't want me speaking at you. I'm bothering you. I'm bothering you, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. Nightbot. Oh my god, it's only been almost 4 hours, but hey, I guess he just clocked in. Nightbot just clocked in. It's midnight here, so they just were like, hey, night cruise on. Everyone make sure to stay hydrated, do a little bit of stretching, especially myself as I'm huddled over my drawing tablet. Oh my god, I just stretched a little too far and I felt the beginning of when your muscles like tremble a little bit like they're about to cramp. I just felt that. It usually happens when like I'm cold. I don't like I've never had a cramp in a location like in my leg or elsewhere where I have touched that area and it's been warm. Correlation, causation, who knows? But I that is something I have recognized. So whenever I start feeling that like that sensation, I touch the area to be like, are you warm or are you cold? Because if it's warm, it's not. It's just warning me. But if it's cold, it's get ready or stop what you're doing. Otherwise you will experience pain. Okay. I'm nervous. I don't think they'll reply anytime soon. I don't think they really do social media early in the day. Anytime I've seen them post, it's been like midday afternoon for them. I am. Oh, I didn't know that New York Comic Con was happening right now. I'm not really a convention person. I used to work at a convention center. I didn't work there. We were just one of the preferred catering companies. Um I guess not catering, but like one of the server groups that would get hired to work there. Here it's called the George R. Brown Convention Center, and next to it, connected to that convention center, is a Hilton. So we would get hired to either work at the Hilton or at George R. Brown. I would always prefer working at the convention center than the Hilton because the Hilton had very high standards on how servers acted and looked at all times. And that's the part that bothered me the most. I don't mind, being uber professional or whatever. But the fact that I had to act that way where people couldn't see me, and God, the worst part were the people who actually worked there, the salaried people, because they were so full of themselves. I'm like, get over yourself. You're still a server. You still get paid $10 to $12 an hour like the rest of us. Like, chill the fuck out. Just because you are salary, it doesn't mean that you're getting paid more than us. It just means that you have to come into work every day here. I'm not so mad about it. Um, they are just so, oh my god, the type of people who would look down their nose at you annoy the hell out of me. Okay, I'm gonna take these as terrace housing until I'm told otherwise. Because I've been thinking this entire time, where do people live here? That's all I've been thinking the entire time I've been working on this map is where do people live? Because I was expecting to see like a cul-de-sac somewhere around here. Um, Now I will say, I mean, I don't know how flooding in lakes works, but I'm assuming like the runoff from these areas are not exactly pleasant, you know? I'm assuming the water rises here pretty, like, I am assuming this place floods. Because this is also, they live in a bowl, you know? As far as I can tell, they live in a bowl, or maybe like the water flows this way also. Um, so it's not exactly a bowl, but they definitely live in a runoff area. Um, and that concerns me for the citizens here. This is not a commentary on the making of this map. This is a commentary on why do people do this? Humans will see a water source and they'll just live there. They'll just be like, this is good enough. Okay. I'm okay with leaving the waterways mostly what they look like right here. Maybe we can push this out a little bit. Maybe we make this water source actually like this. Something like that. And then we can move big house over here. Big house and its little buildings over here. Let me make this a really striking color so I can do something like that. And then we can pull down this road. Yeah, it's the only thing because everything else would have turned red also. We pull down, I think, this road here, and we have it there. And it'll go this way. And then we can have our old road up here. Although, how suspicious that this old road runs right behind big house. Suspicious? A lot of people are criticizing this album by Taylor Swift right now. And one of their commentaries is the vocabulary use here, or in her songs right now on this album. And I saw somebody in the comments of somebody who was being positive about the album so as not to get dogpiled on. And she commented, and she's like, and yeah, sure, I'm happy I finally get to listen to a Taylor Swift album and that I don't have to look I have to look up words or like a reference and that I understand it. And someone in the comments was like, oh, so we all knew what kismet meant. Sure, cool. And it made me laugh so much because I knew when I heard her say kismet, I was like, people aren't gonna catch that. If you don't know what that means, you're not gonna catch that. And in seeing her comment, it made me really laugh. I was just like, yeah. Oh, the other thing we want to do is we want to make these buildings bigger. So actually, big house is about to get bigger, I think. So we do. It's something like that. That's okay. We can make this a little bit bigger. little there. Then we'll throw this little building somewhere over here. I'll throw it there. I'll throw it here. Okay. Big house doesn't need to be this big, but big house needs to be big, I think. Something like that, I think. Okay. And that lets us move that down a little bit. And if we're moving this, and this elementary school can also be moved. Because that's our new road. So we'll an eraser. We'll do elementary school here. This might be a little big. I'm not gonna write in it just yet. And if our building is there, our general store will be somewhere down here. General store. I did want to move Main Street, so let's move Main Street. I think I want to move it here. All right, let's move up here. So this is the park up here, right? And then we have Astor's Memorial somewhere in the middle there. That's fine. That could be a Delaware. You know what? Let me turn up the opacity on this so I stop looking at the background so much and instead just look at this new thing. What the hell is this big black box here? An example. That's what it is. What layer did I do you on? This layer. Me immediately. What the fuck is that? All right, so we have Astor's Memorial here, and that's a park. There's a road that goes across this, by the way. It's all right. Dancing. That's right. So we have a B&B that's somewhere over here. What? Sorry, our B&B is there. Oh, our B&B is right off of Main Street. Then I do have to. Why is the B&B right off of Main Street? No, you stay there. Smile. I need to go back and I need to. I need to drop the opacity of this again because I fear I don't know what to do here. Okay, so Main Street, basically, if I were to take Main Street here, I would need to bring it here. Okay, so it needs to run You are right there, basically. You need to have a road here. I'm gonna bring it down a little bit. So you can go like that. I'm gonna give myself more land here. Apparently the lines aren't on that layer. Hate that for me. Uh, what layer has the lines? I, I thought the black lines were on the same layer. This one? It's that one. Okay. I need to bring that. I'm pressing a lot of wrong buttons right now. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, it is white. Okay. Oh, it does not like doing this operation though. I should have just drawn. I should have just done it myself. Oh no, is one of these lines not closed? Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and oh, it's because it's the wrong layer. It's fine. I'll just draw it in. Uh-oh. I should hit, let me just hit a quick save just in case. What time is it? Oh my god, it's almost 12:30. Okay, we'll call it a night here soon. Maybe I should just put you on top of that. Maybe that will solve most of my issues here. don't have to worry too much about drawing inside the lines. There we go. That gives us a lot more space to play with over here. Might be a little less faithful than maybe it was before. But that gives us also just more options for this main street. If our B&B is there, and everything is off of this main street, because this is where our old shore was, right here, for the most part, right? Yeah, it's basically what I need to do is I need to put down some like landmarks so I can better understand where I'm looking at this. So I did change the shape of this a bit. So like our terraces are like here essentially. And that means we have a road. Our road goes to here. And it could join there. Because this line also kind of just follows the water. We could also always move this island a little bit to make it come out here instead. To make this a bit of a smoother line. All I keep thinking every time I like zag in a little bit on or like curl in on one of these roads is that roads are typically designed for you to have smooth curvature as opposed to like either you're gonna go angular or you're gonna have a smooth curve. They're not gonna hit you with a zigzagginess if they don't have to. And presumably this is all very presumably this is all very flat. Take care then. I said soon. Okay, so our terraces are here. That gives us plenty of room to shoehorn in our police station and our residential area. This line goes directly. Oh my god, that's too fat of a line. It goes something like that, right? Our main street has to come like that. You know, what I can do is I can give myself more space down here. What I can do is move all of this over and then have And then we can slip this down a little bit more here. Because over here, there's not really much we're going to mess with. There's a barn here, but like, whatever, you know? The barn can actually just stay there. And we don't have to worry about it too much. And then we can have this B&B, instead of connecting there, we can have it like this, and it connects here. Like, we could make it bigger, we can upgrade it. There we go, and that can be our B&B there. We have our terraces here. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh shit. And then these terraces can go like this along this area. And then we could still have this little... we can have our what I perceive to be a residential area, because we have a road going around this, right? We have that. And then we have this here. We have that and a road that leads down here. You can always read through that however we want. And then along here we have our vet clinic. Oh, there's a vet clinic here. We'll have our vet clinic a little bit closer to the B&B. What an interesting location. Then we have the bistro and... oh, we have the hospital here. Okay, so we have the hospital here next to the vet, down the road from the vet, basically. So we have a pretty straight line here. So I think like all of this is operatable. I think maybe like this line should be this road. I don't know what that was supposed to be, but that's what we have here. Oh man, I'm getting cross-eyed looking at this. So I'm gonna call it there for the night. Let me tell you, it's a lot easier to create a city out of nothing than to recreate a city trying to make it as a... to make it work for your needs. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I can't promise the next time I'm gonna stream. Hopefully it's tomorrow. But maybe not tomorrow. There's things I gotta do. But thank you guys so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your morning, evening, night. Don't forget to be nice to each other. Don't forget to be compassionate. And I'll see you guys all in the next one. Bye. Also, once again, sorry for not having the PNG tuber up, but and instead just a straight PNG. But not much I could have done in this situation. I really don't have a backup if Fuji Tech doesn't work. And with how the Windows update has my computer acting, I don't think it would have been a good idea anyways to do any of my alternative options. Although this wouldn't have been a terrible stream to have done face cam on, because I did spend a lot of time, in fact, not looking at my tablet. But thank you guys so much once again. I really appreciate it. Thank you once again to Lady Luck 34 and Wandering DM for the raids. Much love to both of them. And then if any of you are still around from nope, that doesn't work. That's fun. Uh, can I do this? I can. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed your time here. It's something a little more chill than maybe, you know, Witcher, and something maybe a little bit more stressful than budgeting. I don't know. I guess it depends on who you are as a person. But anyways, thank you guys